Hello. Just getting everything all set up here. One of those days. Okay. I don't. Let's fix that. I don't think we need any of that just yet. Today is gonna be kind of just some crunchy work. Is the plan anyway. One second here. That adjusted. Okay. Now, I think we're ready to dive in. So, we were looking at a couple things. We need to get a basic game loop going here. For right now, we'll just throw a log at that. We want to... We were thinking about how to tie everything to a listener, be that a client or be that a an AI module or something, right? Whatever needs to know what's happening to a character. And it's entirely possible that we'll rename this to not be character. It might be that we need to do like a more generic thing and then embed a more specific struct in it, but we'll see. Right now, we'll keep it simple until we need to not, but we're also concerned with what happens if this gets disconnected or something like that, right? So what I started thinking about is character might have a list. And we're gonna have to do kind of the same thing, I think, where we have a mutex guarding this. Well, that might end up... Let's not do that. Let's think. But we could have multiple different things telling a character. So yeah, we probably do need this. Oops. This will be a list of messages. And then in our character, when we notify, instead of doing this, just comment that out for a second, we're going to Getting ahead of myself and thinking, but we're going to take this. We'll do notifications. Is that not what I called it? It is what I called it, but it needs to be this. Now we'll have a lock. We'll defer unlock, and we'll say that this, all this needs to do is messages. We'll append this. That's it. We're done. We're gonna need this. When we do this, it will also go routine that off. And this thing's only job is going to be to do this. It only exists when, oh, this needs to be a method off of this struct. It needs to go, oops, through the notifications. Messages. We need to come in here. On each one, we're going to lock. Put that in there. Default is fine to be nothing. And then unlock. Actually, this doesn't need to be or does it? Let's think here. We want to be careful here because we can end up with deadlocks, right? Because these are blocking, channels are blocking normally, unless we put them in a select like this. And this needs to run inside of a for loop as well to keep it running forever. I guess we can say if there's no messages. We do that. And we continue. There are messages, we want to shoot them through as fast as we can. And then if we're going to do that, it'd be better to do this. That way we just get them all done. We need to be careful here, though, too. Because if nothing's draining this channel, then it would lock. And we're just going to get an ever-growing list of messages that are pending, right? We don't want that either. So we need to think about how do we detect if we're being it's going to keep retrying. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have this actually up here outside of all of our loops, right? And then we're going to say in the case of this, we'll reset it to 0. In the case of a failure, we're going to increase it. Not that. That. And then we'll call it 100. How about? We could be causing ourselves trouble, but that's okay. What we're gonna do is we unlock and we say if fail count greater than max fail count break C dot. We don't have a log here, that's fine. Should we though? Oh, that's gonna be a thing as well. We need to make that a pointer so that it uses the same. We can't copy mutexes. That's fine though. So we'll have that. And then let me think here. What if we I'm concerned that if this fails, we get disconnected from whatever's listening. Well, what we can do is we can close the channel on it, and that should cause it to fail on the other side. Technically, we created this channel, so we should be allowed to do that. And then we nil it. And we'd say, hey, you need to figure it out. And we're gonna need to make this needs to be this. Not here, down here. Doesn't matter up there. Because this should be set by character manager when it loads or creates. This is create when it should be when it loads one in. Internal to character. The converted that it spits out. Does this have a config? Not yet. We might not need it. We can do const up top here. We'll say we also need to make let's not do it down there because that's converting. Let's do it when we're loading. Converted, and we'll say dot not notification channel, because that gets set created by the character. In our notify, we still need to check it though. if notification channel is not equal to nil, then we'll do this. Let's actually do, let's put it up here because it's going to be, let's do one thing at a time. Getting sidetracked with too many things, too many ideas. So here, inverted dot, notification fail count equals notification fail count. So when we load it, it gets set. Probably okay. And then we will so up here, if our notification channel is not nil, we set. We actually should put this because we won't need to do any of that if the notification channel is nil, because that won't exist until somebody registers. Here we're gonna do this, and this is just going to close this channel. But we also need to make sure that it actually exists, right? Otherwise it'll just fall through. We also want to notifications. We need to make that up here too, but we need to clear that by just making a new empty one. And then this down here can just be unsubscribe to events, or this is not really a subscriber. We'll call it that. And then up here, one thing at a time again. This needs to be or does it? We should clear it on the listen. I don't think I like these names. They're gonna confuse me later, but that's fine. We'll work with it and figure out what's a better way to describe it later. For right now, it's only going to put one So let's also return an error. And we'll say if notification channel not equals nil. Yeah, let's do it that way. We'll say already as a listener. So we'll return that. Then if it is nil, then we'll make one. And we'll clear that if it happens to exist. If it doesn't, then it will exist. That's good, I think. Okay. So let's do... Let's think here. Game manager. Execute actions. That's locked while we're adding in, so that's fine. Or sorry, while we're executing. So we shouldn't be able to add in while that's in progress. That should be okay. This can just stay as a to-do for now, pushing that decision out a little bit. We need is testing for this stuff. Our manager has tests, but character hasn't really had anything yet. This should fail because this doesn't have... Do we want to do that, or is there a better way? Tricky. Very tricky. I think that's probably okay. This load character will need to do that. There we go. That failed. Why did that not clean up on a failure? Because of that. That's fine. We might have to revisit that later anyway. We'll just go with a passing test for now. This is going to be pretty much just going to need these guys. Because this is in the same package, right? So we already get that for free. We don't need to do test look right now. That's fine. We're gonna copy this because we're gonna need most of it. Okay, yeah. We will do this. This is test sim to events. We'll need that. Don't need to double check that. Error should be quite sufficient for us to know if the test is able to progress or not. Or should we do we should do notify first. Fine. We will need to test both cases. So the first thing we'll do is we've created the character. Now we want to load the character. Same context is fine. Oh, we might actually need that ID though. We do. like so. Throw an error there. It's fatal. Test won't pass or won't continue without it. We need to then call notify on it with a message. So we'll do let's call it a game update. Let's call it text. Critical version content can just be this is why I started. Okay, that's fine. Test update. That. So let's kind of back up a little bit. The reason that I wanted to test listen to events first is we need to make sure we make our character names unique, otherwise they'll fail to create. We want to make sure that when we call that, we get a channel. And this will be oops. That. Oh my gosh, can't type today. If there is an error, to throw an error. Otherwise, we expect that there's not going to be a lot of value in printing that. Let's just say we'll also do if it's nil or this, then I don't think we actually need this to be exported. So we're going to handle it internally. We also expect to see test character This isn't a great test because it's not going to be nil. It gets set. No, it doesn't. It does get set here. Okay, so that's valid. So if that's nil, we throw an error. We say that because it's kind of a buffer. That and that should be it for testing. That has been created correctly. You can comment this out real quick just to run it. Bad notification channel. Okay, so something. Interesting. Why didn't you get set? Let's do some debug. Notification channel is nil. We make a channel. We put you in there. That gets fired. Oh. I wonder if that's closing us. We look here. It is nil. Load character returns a pointer. I bet you if we take this out, things pass. No? What in the world is going on? Let's do this. We'll limit the scope of possible trebs. So it's very much a nil. We know that. And let's actually think we'll keep this, because if we hit it already, it'll be a problem in the future. Notification channel. was not created. We could actually put this here. Nope. We need to return it. That's why we did that. Makes sense. Dang, I'm late again, but I'm also not sleepy this time. Welcome in, Mr. Burns. Better late than never, right? And not sleepy, I mean, could be a bonus. Depends. Let's see. Let's run this in debug again. It gets set. Both of those are very much not nil. We come up here, and they are nil. It's like it's not. Yup. Chugging along. Working on getting notifications tied together to where something, be it a client or a AI module or something, AI in the traditional sense, can listen to events that are poked into a character through a notify function. Very confused, though, as to why. It's not getting my changes. Ah, I'm an idiot. That's why. So I'm not actually using the one that was created. I was referencing the original struct. How foolish. There. And then let's come up here and say if notification channel is not, let's call you something better. This. Need to do this. So you're no longer all foolish mortal. That's me. We'll say that this should still pass. Not mistaken. Good. Turn this back on. Get rid of that. Good. Beautiful. Now, we can go back to this one. That's why we test in order. I would have confused myself. Okay. So we create, we load, we make up a message, and then let's make this a pointer. Turn the address of, we just need to say, ooh, actually, no, that's a lie. we need to have... No, we can do this. And actually, we're going to want to make this. I have to fix this up in a second. This we can do, because this is going to escalate very quickly, this fail counter. Because if it runs every millisecond, and if there are 5 notifications pending because there's something going wrong, that's going to be like 1/5 of 1/2 of a second before it freaks out. We want to be a little better than that. Oops. Or not even a half, because it's only 100 right now. This needs to be like, we'll need to make that more understandable. We'll go back to this first. So we'll send a message, and then we're going to add, let's see, not sleep, second, throw in a for loop, if time dot now dot after timeout, then we waiting to receive test message. Otherwise, what we're going to do is select case we have if we receive a message on, I almost forgot. Listen to events. If the error is not nil, that, then we can say if we get a message and it's not this, this should be this first, that, just an error of the diff. Sleep for a millisecond if we don't. Then, oh, we need to make that ill. Where are you? This message received. Why would it be? Let's do this too. That, and then we'll do this. And then in this case, we break out of that. Or we only get one, like that. Why would you? Let's come in here. Got our character. And if we do that, let's do it quick. Sanity check here. Yep, you're in there. Oh, wait. Yep. you coming out as nil? That's very confusing. Oh, you know what? Part of the problem is that we would need to reslice here. Notifications.messages. We're gonna need to do this. Will reslice to be messages up to I, then append index in this case, c.notification.messages I plus 1, the end, spread. I don't think that's going to fix this, but it is a thing we need to do. And then let's see here. Let's come in here and we'll do... It prints there. Why is it pumping out nils? The fact that it's here and only here once. Hmm. Let's do this actually. Temporarily, just to see. Yeah, we don't get that. New character created. We load it. We listen to the events. We put an event in. Wonder if it just forever reads nil because there's nothing. Because it's a pointer and there's nothing in there. Just for funsies, let's make you not pointers anymore. I think ultimately we want them to be, because we're gonna want to avoid copying the messages around so much. But as a test, okay. It's because we're messing with the arrays. That's what's gonna be. Let's put this back. This can stay where... Yeah, it doesn't need to be. It can be out. This can be back at that right here. These back. This should get us back to nil. Maybe this is a flawed idea slightly. Let's think here. Notify blocks notifications. We append. We lock them here. If it's greater than 1, the length. This doesn't need to be a pointer. This does. Because we need to keep the mutex. That should be okay. It will, however... This won't be... That's fine. We check the other bits. Over here, that. And that when we clear it. Fix those in a minute if we determine that it makes sense. Why doesn't this lock correctly? Let's stop and think here. Before we keep chasing this too much, are we going to be shooting ourselves in the foot? And I think the answer is yes. There's going to be too much locking and unlocking going on here. We already know that we're going to make it hard to count failures. Classic mistake, the foot shot, right? The most well-known of which is never get involved in a land war in Asia. I think we need to stop and think about this a little bit more. And I think this needs to go away. This is just going to cause us problems. These are probably okay. I don't like how this is injecting a thing that's kind of tricky. And let's have this go back to where it was. Because if we take out this, it keeps this a lot cleaner. And we're going to take that and that out. We're going to go back to, yeah, you still return a pointer because we want to grab a reference to this character to do stuff to and with. This let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. That can stay. This can go. That can stay for a second while we think. Because really, we want to just pipe it directly through to the channel of whatever's listening, which should be running as fast as possible. We could tell you to give me like a callback function, but that gets messy quick. We could give this a buffer, which would handle cases where we get multiple messages in, right? We could do something like a heartbeat or an ACK. Or, okay, let's just say, so you notify me, I will attempt to put it into the channel. C.notification channel. Why do you think that doesn't exist? Because I didn't write all the words. If that works, great. If I can't, then I close myself up. I say, well, you had until my buffer expired or filled. And I probably I don't want to put a logger in each character. Or do I? Probably not. It'll be a responsibility of whoever is listening to know that it's dropped and deal with it, because their loop will fail, I believe. Okay. This we also still need to say if the notification channel is nil, just return. Make it, set it, return it, otherwise close it and nil it. Okay, yeah. Okay. I think I like this more for now anyway. Double check. Yeah, we don't need this anymore because we don't add that. These are gonna fail, but those other ones, oh no, these pass now, because listen to events just still creates the things we were looking for. And now we get our message out. Or do we? We need to make sure that Yeah, it didn't time out. So it had to come out. Let's just print it out real quick for sanity check. Yeah, okay. Not mucking about with all those extra bits and pieces. I like that a lot more. So now, let's make sure we finish up our chores over here. So we've got notify, tested, look is just placeholder, it's fine. Events tested, and we need to test stop listen to events. We need to test notify. No listener to, and we can do that pretty easily. We do all this, except we don't do that, and we don't do that, or any of this, really. Oop. I lied. We do this part. We don't do this part. And then what we want to do is make sure this doesn't return anything. That's fine. We want to make sure that we're essentially checking that it doesn't crash, but also if this isn't nil, then we want to say no, we don't. Channel exists, but should not. And then this is just error. There we go. And the test didn't crash, so we know that we didn't try to put things into a nil channel, which to sanity check, we'll do that. Ooh. Oh, put in the wrong ding, or copied out the wrong ding thing. This should crash because there's no. Can you write to a nil channel? Ascend to a nil channel blocks forever. Send to a closed channel panics. Because we select, our default is to close. Channel can only be closed once. Attempting to close a closed channel panics. I thought that was true. But if it's nil... Okay. I'm gonna leave this in here just because I'm paranoid. But it looks like you can just shoot stuff at a nil channel and it does nothing. Which is interesting. And makes me wonder if I'm not setting myself up for failure here. Well, no, because it's going to hand back the channel. So the other end of this shouldn't be nil. Let's test it. Let's stop listening to events. We'll do that first. So essentially we just want to do all this. The same way. We get a result channel, and then we're gonna say stop listening to events. If result chan is nil, throw an error. Otherwise, this might be... leave it for now. We will then... we'll do an attempt to read from the channel. We'll log it, an error. Default, we're good. We'll just leave that. But got nil. Okay. We need to check. if the channel's closed or not. Can we get away with that perchance? Okay, so it does report that it's not okay. So apparently... let's do this really quick, just for educational purposes. Check that out, and we'll do that out. We'll take that out. We'll take that out. That will need to just do this for now. It's fine. Just want to know. Okay, so you can read from an empty channel, you're just getting nil out. I feel like that's new? You put you back because we do want you there. Oops. That one. I wonder if that's only when you're using select. What happens if we don't use select and we just try to let's just do error. Why doesn't it panic like I thought it should? This might be part of it. We want this to be... a unidirectional channel. Because nothing should ever be writing back. So there's that. Oh wait, no. You... Then how do I return specifically? Ah. How do I connect them? Need to have a think about that. This would still return a write-only channel. But then I can't. Read from it, which is what I need to do over here. Oops. I see. I think this would be... that was like so. Yeah, I can't then... go back to this. Back the bus up. Rid of that. Get that back in. Never seen Brave before. I take that's like an alternative search engine. Yeah. It's made by the same company that does the Brave browser. It's just an alternative to Google. And it allows me to turn off the obnoxious AI summary. You can also use DuckDuckGo. I think they let you turn off their crappy summary as well. I bounce around. I just don't use Google anymore because it sucks now. So we need to think. Babe, read only to whoever receives it, while the sender still has a two-way. Okay. That's why. Returning it implicitly converts it to read-only, as per the function return type. So theoretically, I shouldn't need to do any of this because I return. Oops, not that one. Because I return it, that should make it read-only. Okay, I was confused because I thought that that was the correct way to go about it. But I'm also still confused because I shouldn't be able to read from a closed channel. And I do close it. I switched from Chrome to Firefox recently after using Chrome forever for less altruistic reasons. They banned ad block extensions. I mean, that's a fair reason to switch. I'm pretty tired of the constant bombardment of advertisements, like, that are bad, you know? Twitch's ads, except for when they keep trying to show me the sports betting app that I don't even understand. Like, Twitch's ads are normally okay. And I don't mind, you know, the minute and a half or whatever that they like to play. YouTube ads, on the other hand, where they will load you up with like a half-hour ad or ads for things that are pretty shady before you can even watch a video. Nah, good man. I would consider turning off ad blocker if their ads weren't so terrible. Let's see here. Reading from a closed channel is non-blocking and returns the default value. I'm very confused because I thought that would be a panic. Can't send to a closed channel. That makes good sense. Well, no, we can't send to a closed. We can send to a nil. So that part makes a degree of sense. Okay, so what they're saying matches what I'm observing. Where this is going to hang out and we can continue to listen to it, but this does not. So let's get rid of that just for sanity. If I say if it's not okay, because it should be getting, yeah, because it's saying not okay because the channel has been closed. So this goes away because it should be possible. I guess what we could do is if the message isn't nil, but we got this, and then the default is to do nothing. Okay, I feel better about this. We'll need to be careful with this in our consumer. But that's okay. So now we've tested stop listening, notifying, and notify with no listener. We're going to leave that guard in there just in case. Or are we? If we don't need it, then it'll just fall through here. Oh, we guarded against. I bet you this will cause a panic. Yeah. Close of a nil channel. Okay. That makes sense. So if we put that back in, then we're safe here. And then we fix it because the panic killed it before it could clean up. There we go. All right. That is probably okay. What we should do is test notify listener gone away. So we're going to do all this still, but we're not going to do this. We're going to ignore that. And then we're going to say I0, I less than 100, I plus plus. We're going to send in 100 of them. We're actually going to send in 101. We can just do that. That should trigger it to clean up. And let's drive this off of, instead of a magic number, we can put it up here. Const max actually, let's just call it notification buffer size. And then in our listener, when we make it, we'll make it, instead of a magic number, we'll make it a constant. Then we do here, notification buffer size. If it changes, the test doesn't break. One more, then the buffer size should clean up the channel. We then say cache channel is not nil. Notification channel was not cleaned up. Just notify listener gone. Beautiful. Okay, let's do this. We'll push up our changes. Just double check. What did we change in Game Manager? Oh, that's fine. It was just a log. We'll just omit it from this. Like so. Alright, we'll need to think about now we need to get this to queue an action when it comes in. This will execute the action. So we probably want to do some testing here right quick. And we'll need to think about how we do that. I'm gonna take a second, stand up, walk around, use the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll dig into this. All right. Now then. Let's take a look at hey, thanks. Testing this. We need to think about kind of roughed in the idea of an action. And I guess for the way things are laid out right now, that's probably fine. We're going to want to take eventually we're going to want the ability to kind of just register. Well, I guess it won't matter. Well, no, I lied. It'll matter here. We're going to have to figure out how to register things eventually to where it knows how what to do with different command types. I think for now, though, this is probably okay to get us going. That's going to come later when we start thinking about how to make this more flexible. But right now, all kinds of stuff popping off over here. All of that's fine. I'll get to it in a hot second. The testing is what we need to do for the action execution stuff, such as it is. That's why I was thinking about needing to register. Okay, so we do need that now to make it testable. But it's going to pay for itself later, right? So that's fine. So what does this need to look like with that thought in mind? This is going to need to look like this won't have a command type anymore because it needs to be flexible. This is just going to be a string, I think. Because when we the other thing we need to think about is dependency directions. So game manager actually needs to reach out and be able to so how do we want to handle this? Game manager is going to need to reference the modules that handle things, in this case like map, because it's going to need to call things on it. So if we do that, then we can't have a dependency in map that says, hey, game manager, because that's circular. And let's see, if I was to say, let's use map as a test. Not you, you. If I was to say, load module, this would return could I do an interface? A map of strings. These would be, I guess I could put like a shared command types. Probably don't want to do that yet though. Like a string, and then interface, I guess. And then let's say prints a whole map. Yeah, it does. Let's say that map was able to handle the move. And that would require, which is a coordinate dot point. And then this would need to check if current location of, and it would actually need character as well. Current location of check if destination can be reached from character location. But assuming all that was good, etc., because there's gonna be a couple other things we need to check too, I think. Then this would return a Boolean. Hello, TV Josh. Welcome in. And then do whatever we do to move, and then we would return true, let's just say. So then when I loaded, or when somebody calls load module, we would return map move, or not map, string interface. Let's break this out. Module functions are a map string interface. We'll put that in here. First one is move, like so, and that has a value of move. Yeah, that wouldn't work because then let's see. I saw your post on Reddit. Oh, awesome. I have a lot of folks have come in from there, which is super cool. It's it's great that there's interest, you know. So we can't do that because this requires, oh, maybe. Yeah, no. So we can't do something like that without getting real funky with it. Actually, can we call it map.move? Oh, no, because I'm not called map. That's reserved. I'm a game map. No, I don't think I can self either. No. Okay. We need to think differently about this. How can we... Can we return the methods? Return structs being used with interfaces. Get instance, interface, do something. So I can return an interface. That's interesting. Could I... do this and then Don't want that. Want that. And a coordinate stop point and a bool return. And then can I say it's a map string interface, and then do that, or no, not silly me. Move like that. And then let's in here we'll print out the character info. And then we'll also print out the point, because we want to make sure that it returns the correct things that are passed into it. So then let's just say theoretically we would have inside of a manager, we'd have an action map. We would need something will tell us to, like a config maybe, to load these things, and then we would inside of here let's actually just make a function for now. Call it load module. Would it be a mod file? Is there a way that I can just directly for now, let's just see if we can get it going with a function. Call it module. It's a function that returns map string interface, and you don't return anything. Oh, you know, I think I just need that. Maybe. Comment this out for now while we're trying crazy things. And then what we can do when we create a new manager, action map, we just make a map so it's not nil. And we're gonna say module map equals that. So we run it. And then for key val range module app, could actually probably do that. That's fine. We need to call that. There we go. Then is it only a few files at this point? Is what only a few files at this point, Josh? It is this many files at this point. Them many. It's still early days, that's for sure. So for key value, then we say m.actionMap key equals val. But then how do we know? An action will need more. Is there a way? Oh, I guess we could sockets or standard in. Oh. It supports plugins now. How do we make a plugin? Plugin struct contains filtered or unexported fields. But how do I... Plugin open, key lookup, V. Searches for the symbol named symbol name in plugin P. So that's okay, that's an int. F is a function. Boy, that gets really convoluted, huh? And then I don't really have a way to establish a contract either, because it's based entirely on you have to set. You have to reach into the plugin and set a thing, and then call functions, which is not what I really want. Okay, so if I was to do that, then I'd go through the action list. I wouldn't need this anymore. What I would need to do is say action map dot command type, if it's okay. Do that. So this would not be interfaces, but functions. Can't do that. I can do I would need action to have then there's no way for... for me to know if I'm putting a valid action into the queue, right, without... Are you using those go routines for everything? I've done little go. Which ones? There's a couple places where we use go routines. And technically the main of a go program runs in a go routine. Everything is a go routine. I think I'm on the wrong track here entirely. We're gonna get rid of this. We need to be able to determine how to route this correctly, but we want to be able to have a degree of certainty when we create an action that we're creating a valid action, right, within code. So how do we signal that? Do we want to just break down and say, hey, it needs to be a channel, but then we still don't have... Oh, I guess... maybe if the modules themselves are responsible for building the action, that might be a way. And then... at least that tells us we're generating, or that we're building a correct action, one that's valid, that has the arguments that are correct. Is the code on GitHub? Yes, but it's not public yet. I'm not sure how I want to do that yet, but it's a problem for future me that has finished more of this. And then if we could load in, the loading is the hard part. We could do a message bus. We don't particularly want to do that because we need to track which things have succeeded and failed. Hey, thanks Relax Creator for the follow. I really appreciate that. I guess it could be do we do something with because if we have the control over what looks or what a valid thing looks like, to have the manager ask it, hey, what things can you handle? And it just gives back a list of those things. And then we can say, we could build a map from that. The error if two things handle the one thing at the same time, right? We don't want that. We only want one handler per type of command, really? And then we just have like a single thing that says, hey, handle this. You told me you could. And if it has an interface, does that give us... I guess we could check that interface to make sure that it is... If Game Manager views it as interface, the responsible module would check the type of the thing that comes in, make sure that it matches what it knows. Okay, let's play with this idea. So we do still want this stuff, which is a point and a bool. Or do they return? We give them the ability to also return a byte array, so they could pass back a message. And if we flip this around, then we can actually do a comma OK. And then still want to print out these things just for sanity. That so then we can say type is it a type? That was loud. Well, no, that can't be. We'd have to be something like this. And then this would not be this. This would be a move command. But this would have character and a destination. So we could tie it to that. We would need create move command. This would take character and it would return a move command. This is char. This is dest. And then we need to be able to still and this returns we need put this here because it is gonna need to be referenced in multiple places and we can't have circulars. That's fine. Then we say and default. What am I doing wrong? Oh, it's not an equals, it's just that. So then we say you return a list of command type, not game manager. Game manager. Ah, it's because I restored. That. And types dot move. You return a list of command types. And right now, we just return move. And then we do that becomes not exported. And then we do but it's actually now hang on. This has to be everything. So we just do an interface here. And we return the same. It's a byte array and a bool. So then in this case, we would so get handlers returns that. It's a select, I believe. Might be a switch. Yeah. If you're a move command, then we do that, and it's actually return. And then default that for now, because we say, hey, we couldn't handle this. Something has gone terribly awry. And then you're good. So now this is no longer that. This is I'll need to fix that name if this works. It's ugly. I don't like it. That. And you're not. Your type, and you are a command, which is an interface. How will a consumer know? We'll figure that out. We'll need to know how the consumer knows what type to make this, and it might not be a thing. We might have to take that out. That makes sense, but this might still work. That might be a thing. We do again need we'll call action handlers. This is a map of command types to this is going to be the tricky part again. Dang it. It's going to be an interface. Command handler. So it's something that implements this, which has a handle command, which takes an interface and returns battery and pool. Okay, excellent. So a manager. I call that just action handlers, which is a map command types to a command handler. So anything can implement that. This is not the correct place for this. What I want is to put the command handlers. We'll have to figure out how to tie this in, but for right now, we're just gonna do and I called it get handlers game map dot get handlers. That's going to return a list, so we can do for index handler range. It's actually not a handler, it's a and type. What we're going to do is M action handlers and type equals ooh. This is gonna have to return something different, because otherwise it won't. We can't tie it in. We can't call it. Maybe we can't dynamically add the module, but maybe we can still build in just have it be updatable. What does that look like? I have to do a little more digging on this. I don't really want to do the plugin thing that I looked at earlier. It looks like it's going to become a mess real fast. This would be a lot easier if it was just going to be static. Can I... isn't really what I want. I want... Do you use non-blocking sockets? What do you mean? It uses WebSockets currently. It's all web-based. It's all WebSocket-based right now between the client and the server. But you can, like, I can run it locally. You can target a local host with a WebSocket. Can I? Method by name. Oh, that's interesting. Need to make room. There we go. Can I make the type? So where would I get value of handler so maybe I could do if I ditch this. Wait, no. This might still be the best. So here, if I go equals reflect value of the game map dot method. Okay, no. Down here real quick. This would return a value. Put you back up here with that. What would you output? I wish you... Let's just put this into the Go playground real quick so we can examine what comes out. Method type num in 3. No, out. This number of arguments in might be something to this. Method by name. Dot. Okay, no. It's just an address. Reflection interface to a Go value. Zero value represents no value. That makes sense, yeah. Method by name returns a function value corresponding to the method of V with the given name. Arguments to a call on the return function should not include receiver. But value doesn't implement my interface, which makes sense. I mean, on the server, the sockets that you accept, do you set them to non-blocking like this? Do do do. I don't use syscall open. I let WebSockets handle this. That lives in here. And I let them worry about the super low level stuff. It's a library. Yes. It is this one. And as long as they have implemented the WebSocket protocol correctly, it should be a full duplex connection. Everything should be fine. And everyone, unless I'm very much mistaken, then the WebSockets should all be in their own Go routines as well. Yeah, that should be the default behavior. That's how HTTP and HTTPS requests work in Go. I'm pretty sure that it works exactly the same in WebSockets. I've hooked 2 clients up before, and I was able to send traffic on both. So I need to do like load testing to get a bunch of simulated clients to beat up the server until it falls over and see what happens. But that's later down the road. All of the traffic comes in here. So for each client, there should be an instance of a client handler. And in here, we wait until we get a message from the WebSocket, and then we handle it accordingly. Everything routes through a client handler, which is why I'm working on a game loop here, because everything's going to need to get serialized again, because you can have, you know, all kinds of traffic coming in, but you don't want everything to start mutating state everywhere. We want it all wrangled in and run through a game manager that can say, hey, you know, this is the order of operations. So like if you and the orc both attack one another at the same time, order of operations is going to win as to who gets damaged first, right? Let's see here. I was looking for... What if I make this... What if I type assert it as a command handler? No? Non-interface type value unleft. Value has... I can call it, but maybe that's my answer. Maybe I do call it. Well, then I get a reflect value back out. I don't want that. Okay. So I can turn it into an interface. And then can I type assert? Boy, that's ugly. Just for funsies, let's see if it'll work. Pluck and persevere. Java. Hello, Mr. Pluck. What about Java? And how is the plucking today? Full of the appropriate amount of misery? The lines are Java. Yeah, you're not wrong. Excellent. What did your teacher have to say? Everything is wrong. Need to practice another week. Oh. Hopefully they're different things that are wrong, right? Yeah, excellent. And then here, we do this, and then we say handle command, actions command, else. We can log this still. Like so. Then let's log a debug. Say we're handling it. And then let's put a test in. Tomorrow I have a meeting scheduled with the CEO and HR. I wonder if it's to discuss promotion and raise. I hope so. For your sake. Usually that's not what they want to discuss with me when we have those meetings. Usually it's, we're cutting our forces and you don't have a job anymore. That's the last meeting I had, in fact. That's why I'm here right now. Cutting is usually written on the wall long before. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes the writing only becomes clear after you get the notice. I had a job a number of years ago where they set up a new office in India, and they said, nobody's losing your jobs, we're just expanding. And I was like, And for a while, it was true. And then we had that meeting. And after the fact, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's see here. So that'll just print out. So what we really want to do now to test this is we can put a test in Game Manager. And at least see if this craziness is kind of on the right track. I'm getting the things are not all correct feeling. So this may be something we do some research on over the rest of the week when I'm not streaming. Let's see. Let's grab the setup out of here. Because we'll need most of that. We won't need that. We're gonna need... Actually, I won't need a character for this. Or an account, actually. I'm just gonna need... Game Manager. The map will need to be a new test map. So that I have that. Not gonna need that. We're gonna have to double check here. This will need to call, get command handlers as part of this, like so. That'll do that. Is going to be not that. Create a move command. We'll need a mock character. That won't matter. That won't matter yet. Just want to know. whether or not we get the correct output. That's right, that returns a pointer because we want to do stuff on it. Okay, so all of that, and then cue in action. This actually needs to be we need to make an action. It's move. The command is the test move. What did I do here? Type move command is the type action. But, oh, I didn't change that. Derp. There we go. Let's see if everything explodes. Kind of. Missing method handle command. Well, I'm not shocked, but I am slightly disappointed. Okay. Let's think here. Is it because that's a pointer? No. Okay. We might just have to break down and do like a message bus type thing. What is the message bus for? So that would allow us to just put a command of some kind into a channel, and then everybody, all the different pieces that could possibly be handling things like map, like, you know, mostly just map right now, but there might be another module, right? And if it saw something that it could handle in there, it would grab it, and we would then have to communicate back that it was handled by somebody, right? The problem with that is we'd have a channel for each thing that each module that would need to be, the command would need to be put in. So that gets kind of messy. And we'd also have to track whether or not it was handled by somebody ultimately, right? So that's 2 channels for everything, and we have to do a bunch of work to synchronize everything together. And I don't like that either. And WebSockets directly in a select loop. This isn't at the level of WebSockets. This is the different modules that would need to handle an action that goes into the main game loop. We want to serialize everything at the game manager, is my plan currently. So all your different WebSockets, they would be able to run through the client handler here. Any messages that aren't, login and stuff like that, we need to be able to build some kind of an action that is meaningful to game manager and then queue it. And then game manager on a tick should run through the queued actions, right? So for instance, we need to figure out if you're trying to move, we need to tell the map, hey, we're going to move you. And the map, theoretically, in my loose plan, would be able to say yay or nay, that's valid. And map would also be able to, because it knows about the character, it would be able to notify all the characters. And I just earlier today, I got a system in place to, if there's something that is subscribed to listen to events that the character should be aware of, you can just call notify on the character object. This, if there is a listener, will pipe them back on a channel. So I haven't hooked it into client handler yet, but the theory is you could just feed that back to the client. Or if this was an NPC, then you could feed it to whatever needs to listen to these events to do like an enemy AI type thing. But also the idea is that I want this to be an editable engine, right? So if somebody was to come in and tell map that it can do something else, said you're a backend engineer, you're basically inventing browser event loop for JavaScript. This is fairly common. In game engines, they have an event loop. They have multiple event loops, really. There's on tick, there's on physics tick, there's a bunch of different loops. Fundamentals, yep. I don't think you were in here the other day, but I was talking about the sort of problems like this that arise from game development are really interesting to me because they're different from the problems I normally solve, right? Like this would never be an issue in an enterprise piece of software. Like if it's going to get a new capability, then it's just going to be written into the thing and you just hook it up manually, right? But I want this to be an editable thing, and how you go about editing that is still a thing I need to figure out. But if somebody told map, hey, you do this in a different way now, how would game manager build an understanding of who can handle what event dynamically. That's kind of the thing I'm trying to solve in a reasonably sane way. And as long as it figures it out on startup, there shouldn't be a big performance hit. Like we can figure it out on a startup and pay that price, and that's fine. And it'd be easy to pipe. Well, maybe there's an idea. It'd be easy to pipe everything into the interface, but maybe that's part of its startup. Maybe it just tries. Well, no, that wouldn't be great either, because it would have to have some knowledge of what would be an acceptable method signature to feed in. It's probably just going to be something I need to do some research on and think about, but that's part of the fun. I think this is probably close to the correct answer. I need to figure out wonder if reflection has more. More things that could give us ideas. Go have a little read here. Without fully understanding the problem, I would have a central loop accepting messages from different subsystems, client communication, itself a select loop, timers, other internal subsystems, and the loop would drive state machines representing game entities. Reminder, I have no idea what I'm writing about. Good, me neither. But that's kind of what I'm doing. So, execute actions is the game manager. So let me back up just a little bit. Queue action is in game manager, right? It has a list of actions guarded by a mutex that we append to. Asynchronously, there's the event loop that runs, and it runs right now twice a second, and it executes the actions, which is in here. We lock that action queue so nothing can add to it. We run through it and we handle all the actions, right? So that's kind of exactly what you just said, I think, right? The trouble is routing each type of action to the correct place. Otherwise, Game Manager has to have all knowledge forever about what a thing can do, right? Which is fine if it was like the idea was to be statically coded. I want to make it so that this is an engine that somebody could edit. So they might add, let's say map is allowed, it knows how to give you the contents of a room, like all the other characters. Let's say that you are using this engine and you're like, well, that's cool, but I also want you to be able to look at who's in the room next to you. So you'd have to teach map how to do that. How would Game Manager then be aware without you also having to change Game Manager? I would like to dynamically have Game Manager learn what its things can handle, what its modules can handle. The modules, like, obviously the answer is you go edit the code in here, but I'd like to have them built from some kind of a config that would be editable, maybe. It's kind of a loose idea, but I believe the starting point is to be able to dynamically determine capabilities. Modules could register themselves with the Game Manager, but Go doesn't allow circular dependencies. So if I know about Game Manager here, but I also have to import the package here so that I can call it, then I'm circular. At runtime. Maybe. Boop, 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 boop. Which actually gets me so Game Manager knows about everyone, calls it startup, everyone to register. Yeah. Is this? Yeah, this is Go. Okay. This is plugin we looked at earlier. The plugin gets really ugly to deal with. This might be something interesting. RPC. It was something else rattling around in the back of my head. Actually, let's look at RPC directly. That might network or other IO. Package encoding gob is used to transport the data. This is probably fine. This might be the ticket. You might be a super genius, Pluck, not just a regular genius. Server. In this case, it's using HTTP. Let's look at what they're doing over here again as well. Supports this plugin standard. Local reliable network. Be nice if I didn't have to work with network sockets like deep within the guts, but I guess it's probably fine. They probably just pick random. Go back up to the overview. Oh, okay. They do give it a port. Make a remote call. Client.call. This, do that. I like that better than this for the sake of sanity. Plugin is only initialized once and cannot be closed. That's probably fine. In the same thread. I would look at as a table-driven game loop, and the question is how to fill the table at runtime compile time without hard-coding it. Going 2 steps forward, how to convey to modules the idea of messages supported by other modules, so as a chain of events get created in response to an event received from client. Table-driven game loop. How to fill the table in runtime. Yes, that is my question, exactly. Which is why I was doing this as kind of like a bare bones test of concept to see if I could reflect a handle command and just say, okay, well, my interface is you tell me, or you just handle commands, right? And I give you commands, you give me an okay and a response optionally. And then the modules know how to route the commands within themselves. Dynamically connecting the two is the tricky part to get the module to register that handle command correctly with the types. And it's entirely possible that I just need to that might be the correct solution, and I just need to stop and sit and think about it for a little while. I find it difficult to have those sort of deep thoughts on stream, which is actually fine because this is my last day of streaming until Friday. I take the middle of the week off now. We'll see how that changes in the future. Pass a table as a pointer to register method of the module. Pass a table as a pointer. By table, do you mean like a map? Yes. Yeah, I was kind of going that way. But the other thing to think about is we need to error if there's more than one handler for a specific action. Like there can't be two move handlers, otherwise map of module to supported messages. Yes. I don't know if I can get like there's no like self in Go. Go is kind of backwards with interfaces, where normally you define an interface in the consumer and then it's just implicitly implemented here. Why two modules can't support same action? That's a good question. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Because yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question. It was kind of just a thing that got stuck in my head to where we only want one. But you might be right. Maybe there is no good reason. Maybe there's actually good reason to have multiple that can handle. You gotta be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot and have two things trying to manipulate the same state under the hood, because that's what this ultimately is doing, right? You're guarding the state of the game world behind this game loop that is the single source of mutation. Like we can fire off the responses asynchronously and stuff like that. That's fine. But we don't want to have conflicting. Look at action can be handled by multiple entities, room, NPC, You do make a good point. Okay, so let's think about this way. If you're looking at something, you need to make sure that you're in the same room as that thing. Loosely, that seems like something that maps should be aware of, right? It should be tracking who's where. So you would need first map to answer if that's valid. And then game loop will do fan out, gather, and will guarantee singles. Yes. Multiple modules provide parts of the response. Yes. But how do we... That makes it more difficult because, okay, we need to make sure... We need to ask map two things. We need to say, is the character in the same room as the treasure, let's say. And then, I guess one thing for map. But then we need to ask treasure, describe yourself. So now we have two steps of things that we need to make sure get registered in the same order. And part of that is treasure needs to be an interface of a thing that provides a look at response, right? That's fine. Directed graph of the actions. Do you have a link to literature on a directed graph of the actions? We're getting deep into the weeds now. I still don't know any. I think that's what kind of was the loose thought rattling around in my head when I was thinking we need to have one handler, because that guarantees one source of truth and one, order of operations. But you're right, that is going to be tricky, because we do need to check proximity and then get the data from the object of what do you actually look like? What do I tell my player? And this all may be, I may be barking up the wrong tree. Part of the reason I wanted to build the engine was exactly this. It's going to teach me or give me experience in some of these super low level, nitty gritty and interesting problems. I like to learn through suffering, just like you. And even if you have no idea, you have good thoughts, and where it's very valuable. I really appreciate you throwing them out there so we can kind of just ponder them. Topological sort for modules responses. How will the modules interact? Yes. It depends. That's kind of part of this problem, right? Mostly they shouldn't. Game managers should be coordinating things. Modules are going to be responsible for their own, in my head theory, modules are going to be responsible for their own areas of responsibility, right? So map knows where people are, stuff like that. Character knows how much health do I have and how do I save myself into the database, right? That's character manager, but still. I mean, how would any sort help? What sort of what? Oh, topological sort, right? Yeah, that kind of sort. Yeah, it's a good question. And there are things that are just going to have to be, like a map is going to have to be able to tell me if two things are in the same room. Just like that, well, theoretically, right? And you just won't be able to not do that. There's a baseline amount of functionality that needs to be there that we can rely on being there. It's just handling the extra stuff that has kind of led me down this dynamic loading sort of thought path. And I may need to just kick back and have a reevaluate of that. Maybe that's not the correct answer. I'll probably spend an afternoon looking around for a deep dive on game engine programming type stuff. Client sends a message, move north. Map handles character movement, check. Yep. Issues look at for all the entities in the room. Entities in the room respond. All of it is passed back to game manager, then passed back to client. That was kind of my loose idea as well. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a good think. But for today, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. I have a lot of things to think about and kind of come up with a plan. No, that was really close to kind of my original idea, and that's still pretty clean because we passed pointers around because we don't want to duplicate everything, right? And that's kind of within the domain of what map probably should be able to do, where it's effectively a broadcast event, right? And the only thing that knows who all is in the same room is map. So that would still be pretty clean. And it wouldn't even actually have to go back to the game manager because the characters have that notify ability. So you could just call notify on all the characters in the room. It gets handled or not, map isn't concerned with that. It's done its job to notify. It might also be a case where I just need to just code it that way and get the systems in place, and this might be something that we solve later. I'm just concerned that there's going to be a lot of decisions made if I do that that might bite me. So it bears thinking about whether or not we stop and think now and try to start heading the right direction now or not. Definitely bite you. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. How many of them will bite me is the question mark. and how badly it will hurt. But the other thought is to if we can figure out how to register them with Game Manager at startup. Experience is the thing you get immediately after. Yeah. Yes. If we can get, if we have them register with Game Manager on startup, then Game Manager could just call them. And that's the other kind of trick. Maybe that's where the RPC happens, where they call Game Manager and say, hey, I need to register. And it reaches back and says, sure, tell me what you got. Maybe there is... Maybe this is something that can be driven off like a config file where as like part of the build, each module emits. Seems like overkill compared to channels and or function. Yeah. Maybe as part of the build, a module emits some kind of a config. And then we can load that? I don't think that is like a thing in Go to load like that. I guess they could register channels. Yeah, exactly. I've done a little bit of C, and that sounds like a very C thing. I'm not surprised at all. I guess it wouldn't be bad if they had channels and they registered that with the Game Manager. And then they could say, hey, I just came into existence, here's the things I can do, and here's how you tell me to do them. That might be a thing. Tying them together. How does Game Manager know to ask them is kind of still the sticky point in my mind. Because at least then it's a channel and it's a concrete thing. We don't just have to broadcast it to the world. So I like that more. A different level of abstraction. We had this pattern when the call is synchronous and the response is async over Regis, which is kind of a... Yeah, my client message bus is kind of based off of RabbitMQ, right? Where you have an exchange, which is just the general... just the thing that reads from the WebSocket on the client side. And then the different client pieces subscribe with a channel to that. Which would be kind of the same thing if I had a generic message bus on the server as well. Now you lost me. So get you over here. It's actually not here. Message broker. It is partially over here. So when we get a... Let's collapse these down. Focus our minds. It is in server read. So WebSockets are async full duplex, right? So anytime a message comes in from the socket, we're just going to read it. And we need to just run this and run it asynchronously in the client. So if we don't have any errors, if we do have an error, we fire off a client internal message. But if we don't have any, then we just run into dispatch method, right? In the message broker, we have the ability to subscribe. So you tell me, who are you and what do you care about? We put you in our list. And you can also unsubscribe by telling me which channel you had. This will give you the channel to grab onto. Dispatch message just goes through and says, for when I get this message, for all of my subscribers, do I have anybody interested? And so they pump this in, it pumps this into a channel. And this channel has a small buffer just in case there's, you know, like multiple messages come in. And it just fires them off and says, hey, you deal with it. You told me you wanted it, do it. And then all of the different pieces that are listening, like for instance, in handle get character list, we're listening for character messages and server messages, and then we know what to do with it. The default, if we get a message and we don't handle it, is we just sleep. It's fine. It just gets dropped, right? We've consumed it. Done. But because this channel is all our own, we don't share it with anybody, we can do that. Because they got their message already. A duplicate was put in to that other channel for them. Or do you want to sleep on default? Because otherwise it'll loop on full blast. We only want it to run every millisecond, you know, instead of however fast the CPU can run. So you do have a broker with registration and so on. Yeah, in the client. The server doesn't have one yet. I would kind of like to avoid one if possible, but it may not be possible. You could do the same with... Yeah, I could. We still have the problem in that case, though, of why do I, or how do I rather know... I don't mean having RabbitMQ. Right, this isn't RabbitMQ. It's similar to the way messages in RabbitMQ work, though. You have an exchange and multiple multiple queues that get the exchange just distributes messages to queues. I would have the same problem, though, of I need to figure out how to have Game Manager figure out who out there in the world has something interesting without having a circular dependency. Which is kind of like, I'm basically either way, that's the sticking point, is I need to figure that out. Otherwise, I would have to do... Why do you have to figure that out? Because otherwise, it should just do pub sub. How would they, without needing a reference to Game Manager, how would they sub? Game Manager needs a reference to them. Well, I guess in that case, it wouldn't need a reference to them because it just puts it into the channel. So yeah. Why can't you? I could. There's not really anything stopping me from it. It's just a lot of overhead, right? Because we actually need 2 channels. And then we need to track what was the result of this message, right? In cases where there's a multiple step or something like that. And I guess theoretically, everything could pub sub onto the message bus, but then only one thing can consume a message from a channel. That's one of the limitations. So everything would have to register. Yeah, that's the other thing. So to make them talk to one another, they would all have to register with one another, which is bad. And like, I wouldn't even try that. It would be such a mess instantly. Or you have to have like a GUID for a message, and you fire it off to whoever is registered. And if one of them has a response and the other doesn't, then you need to do something. But also you don't know what you need to do. I suspect that problems like these are why Godot uses channels so extensively, and channels being slightly different thing, not channels, signals being a slightly different thing in their world, but they use a lot of signals. If you ever watch people doing games in Godot, they're everywhere. I suspect that things like this are part of why that is. Because it would be if you had some global thing that tied everything together. It would be easier to make a signal like that, probably. Reactive programming. Yeah, kind of. Not to mix with reactive. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a solid think. I don't know if I'll work on it off stream or not. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. but I need to have a think and a solid research for sure. It's a tricky problem, and I knew it was gonna be one, which is why I was kind of putting it off, but it's time. It's time to solve the sticky wicket. But for right now, I'm gonna call it a day. We got people in here. Let me see. CSP and actor model. Let me make a note. And actor model. I'll have to take a look at that. Let's see here. Communicating serial processes. Okay, me. Jot that down as well. Let me see here if I can. Sequential, not serial. Okay. And I'll look at both. Might have two names. How do I do this? I don't know if I can. We're going to try to raid. I might not have an old enough account yet, but let's see. Yeah, nope, I can't. Okay, well, maybe someday I'll be cool enough. For now, I'm going to call it a day. I really appreciate the discussion and ideas for sure. We'll have to fall into a research hole, essentially. I will be back at the same time, whatever time it is. If you look down in the doobly-doo, wouldn't be afraid to hardcode stuff for starters. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to bite me. But my schedule's down below me, and I'll be back on Friday, and we'll do some more